Our adventure continues.
Come, we've much to be getting on with.
Feeling Did I trust?
Forgive me for last night's scuffle.
There's something strange about the way time passes here.
'Twould seem this is no longer the world we know.
Is there no way to return things to how they were before?
Your Majesty. How glad I am to see you safe. Where have you been this past month? The end of the world. Are things truly so dire? Though, I am aware of the dragon attack on Melv. We received word that naught but a smoking ruin remains. 'Twas a tragedy, and I would not see it repeated. However, without a clear path, we in the Guard shall be hard-pressed to forestall the impending crisis. You would have me evacuate the city? I see. Mayhap 'twould be for the best. Ever since the fall of Melv, the citizens of Vernworth have lived in fear that their homes are next to be assailed. If there is safe harbor to be found elsewhere, I believe we have naught to lose by seeking sanctuary. But I doubt I could convince the people of this city to abandon their homes, however terrified they may be. Methinks your Majesty would do better to ask this of the Regent King. After the false sovereign vanished and the world was altered, His Grace has been the one keeping order here in Vermont. If the people will heed anyone, 'tis him.
'Tis admirable how Regent King Sven has taken up command of the kingdom. We would be remiss not to offer him our aid.
By your leave.
Go on, have a look.
I suppose we might as well gather what we can.
Do you know how long you'll be? I only asked so that I might adopt the most effective stance to recuperate my strength.
Got to keep moving.
So you've come. I'm glad to see you. Captain Brandt has already apprised me of your proposal, a full-scale evacuation of the citizenry. Truth be told, I had reached the same conclusion. So long as we cower within these walls, we must live in fear of going the way of Melv. My ministers have approved the plans, and I have petitioned the encampment survivors and the Thieves' Guild for aid. The only remaining obstacle is my mother. She has set herself stubbornly against any such flight. I have tried to make her see reason, but of late she has taken to shutting herself in her chambers. However, I fear that my position permits me to entertain her fancy no longer. I must put the needs of the common folk before her selfish whims. Now, there are a few matters I must attend to before we can evacuate, and I would fain welcome your assistance. We will require several ox carts to carry the sick and aged out of the city. Might I prevail upon you to petition the merchant at the ox cart station in the west of the city for their use? You may assure him that the royal treasury will foot any and all expenses.
Queen Regent Disa hardly leaves her chambers. Between you and me, I fear for her health.
Have you come to claim my life, Arisen? But I shall go to the grave with a smile on my lips, for I have no regrets. All I did for my darling son. So do as you will. I have no intention of begging for mercy. Do with me as you will. What are you doing? Unhand me at once! Guards, help me!
You have brought Mother to me, I see. My thanks, friend. You have done me a great service.
Sven.
You may leave us. Now that we can speak without a door twixt us, I am confident that I can persuade her. Not what to make of this.
What's to be done about this?
I'd sooner stay out of battle, were it possible. Not for it, cut my...
Not good will come of this.
Oh, very well. Back to your side I go. Must we run everywhere? You are an impatient one, Arisen.
Let us endeavor to keep up, though we are less fleet of foot.
As long as I get my gold, who takes the cart?
We have chartered the ox guards as requested. 'Tis a pleasant change for things to go so smoothly, eh, Master?
I concur. We shall remain here.
Ah, you've returned. How fares your procurement of those carts? You do? My thanks. That puts paid to the last of our preparations. I will inform the citizenry forthwith.
Pray my watch finishes without incident. I'm surrounded by winches on all sides.
We've made it then. What's our first order of business, Arisen? Sir Fulvio, the artist whose service Sir Clark commissioned, is residing in Batal. Shall we go and meet with him? I believe I can guide you to the person in question.
A guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
Longtena pele telume, ane martir, tindome ingarina fa alme alcarwa?
One Wakestone shard is a mere rock, but combined they can work miracles.
We ought to keep it with care, lest we lose it.
Understood. I shall watch over this till the hour of its use. More must be urged to evacuate.
We ought to choose our next destination based on the movements of the clouds.
Aliele finnis amandassil eruman. Aliele finnis amandassil eruman.
My duty is to care for this, our sacred tree. The Arbor Heart, she is called. She has been with us a very long time. She is nature's very heart, and a pillar of strength for my people. We have always lived in harmony with nature, and the Arbor Heart is our connection to the land. Yet, day by day, her strength is failing. I must give her nourishment of the soil to help her recover. A special kind, called Gwifentia in my language. I know not what you would call it in yours. Once, A dwarf wandered into the arbor and gifted some to us. It filled the arbor heart with life. Now, little remains. Too little for the arbor heart to recover her strength in full. She began. Do you know of this substance? It must be found outside the arbor somewhere. If you find any, will you tell me where it lies?
You can always depend upon me to translate for you, Master.
In your tongue, it is called scale cinder? Where can it...
Now, scale cinder is a byproduct of the Batali smithing style. A Batali blacksmith ought to be able to tell us more.
If you see him on your journey, will you let me know? In your tongue, it is called...
So Gwifencha is the Elvish word for scale cinder. I suppose we ought to pay a visit to Batali blacksmith next. Follow me, if you would. We have arrived.
Can't put a price on quality.
Oh, what does this say?
Wow, wow. Look who 'tis. What brings you to the smithy? Looking for scale cinder, are we? Well, you're in a luck. Our forge is flit. Oh, 'tis at an elf's behest, you say. I'm afraid that changes things a wee bit. Elves and dwarves don't get along, see? Brocker won't want to help you. Unless you were to offer him aught he couldn't resist. Listen, I happen to know there's one bit of elven culture no dwarf can turn their nose up at. All elven fare's bland as grass. All of it. That is, save the singularly flavoursome dish, nutriab. Course, no dwarf would openly admit to having a taste for it. But the fact of the matter is, the mere smell of that dish has dwarves foaming at the maw. Don't believe me? Bring a bowl of it to Brocker. You'll soon see.
So the blacksmith ought grant us some Gwifencha in exchange for nutriab. Shall we inform Miss Derren of this, Master? Methinks I know where to find the person you're looking for.
We're in your hands, sir. Much obliged.
I'll take the knife off your desperate.
Well met.
You've pushed your luck too far. I'll not take that from you.
Pray calm yourselves, good people. I will have none of this squabbling.
So, Manella, you don't understand. This scoundrel's the one who started it.
No, you don't understand. This is no time for the people of Batal to be quarrelling amongst themselves. We shan't weather this calamity unless we can recall our common purpose and unite our efforts towards it.
Really now, you mustn't shirk your duty, lest you forget 'Tis the Arisen we serve here.
Ah, Sir Arisen. With the world in such disarray, I could not stand to be away from my homeland. Thus did I return, to render what aid I may. I maintain order as best I can, but for every fire I extinguish, it seems 3 more are incited behind my back. But enough of my woes. What brings you here? You wish us to evacuate? Mayhap the idea merits some thought. After all, if we sit on our haunches, 'tis likely only a matter of time before we share the fate of Mel. Alas, the people of Batal are far from united in purpose at present. Should we proceed, unheeding of their divisions, I fear that our efforts would come undone ere long. With every soul at their wits' end, conflict is like to spark at the slightest provocation. As such, before we take any measures, I would have you walk amongst the people, Sir Arisen. Behold their plight with your own eyes. And should you encounter any discord, pray do aught you can to resolve the people's quarrels and assuage their fears. Such efforts will doubtless allow the evacuation to proceed all the more smoothly. As for me, my work here is far from done. Let us part ways for now, and reconvene when you have accomplished all you can.
Flared tempers are understandable, given the circumstances. Let us aid in mediating the quarrels arising in Back Batal.
I'll not take that from you!
There's no 2 ways about it. I've been on my feet all day.
That's it. I've had enough. Haven't you had enough yet?
How dare you!
Mayhap you will think this a trifle, but...
What's this now?
That's quite enough!
You're just riding on your father's coattails!
You slander my honor, sir! I demand a duel. This is no business of yours. Be gone!
Now, Nara, let's not be too hasty. If we are to duel, we ought to have a witness. Otherwise, who's to say the victor fought with honor?
Aye, true enough. Without a witness, either of us could simply kill the other, then disavow the use of any underhandedness. Well, sir, what say you? Will you watch over us while I take this scoundrel to task? You have my gratitude, sir. Let us delay no further. Come, Scario. Prepare yourself.
Have at you!
Stay back, lest you get caught in the fray.
We'll pull through yet!
Have you lost your wits? Keep your distance!
Keep back! I do not wish to injure you.
Steel yourself! You plan to roll over and die, then?
You dare violate the sanctity of our duel?
You can do this. You're made of sterner stuff than that.
You can do this!
I admit it. I underestimated your skill. The loss is mine.
Nay, 'twas I who underestimated you. I'd thought to score an easy victory, but you fought fair and capably.
We owe you a debt, sir. 'Tis on your account that we've seen some sense. Were it not for your timely appearance, I'd wager this nonsense might have cost one of us their life.
Indeed. Better to hone our respective skills than take up arms against petty slights, I say.
It seems some things can only be resolved by crossing blades, but I doubt they'll quarrel again after this.
One could not have hoped for a gladder outcome.
Oi! I saw it first. Pho, trust a flea-ridden hide to take it all for himself.
Why must I share with a fangless one? This is no more your food than Batal is your land.
You there! You couldn't have come at a better time. Put this upstart in his place for me, won't you? Go on, lay into him. If that's what you think, why don't you mind your own business?
Aye, clear off. Pretty words shan't fill our bellies.
Oof. My pack's grown rather heavy. Lessening our load will help to keep us light on our feet.
Oi, you trying to nick our dinner?
Aye, you'd better run.
Steal yourself. I'm counting on you.
My sword strikes true!
Fie, that hurts!
We're done for.
I ne'er stood a chance.
That's it. I've had enough. Wonder if there's any work to be had.
Over here, if you please.
That's not happening.
I've had well enough of your nitpicking.
I reckon the world would be better off without you.
I ne'er agreed to this.
Oi, you! Don't go poke...
Aye, leave off or we'll...
Have you lost your bloody mind?
Reckon you could just cut us down in the street? What's the matter with you? Eh? Fine, fine. We'll set our squabble aside for today, so bother us no more.
Mark my words, you'll get what's coming to you.
Interested in my wares?
Ah, Sir Arisen. In less pressing circumstances, I would take issue with your methods, but I cannot deny your efficacy. The people of Batal are beginning to see that they must stand together if they are to survive this calamity. We shall see the fruits of your labors when the time comes to evacuate. At the very least, we need not expect too much opposition to the announcement. Pray, return to Empress Nadinia and apprise her of your doings. I must remain here to ensure no further squabbles arise. Heavens only know how many lives you have saved this day. I hope you'll accept this humble reward for your efforts.
What say we report back to Empress Nadinia? Her Majesty ought be willing to commence the evacuation now.
Understood.
So tired. I barely the vim.
This is no good. Can't let myself get distracted. I've got to focus. My shift's only just begun.
I like where's my
Her Majesty has begun her supplications. None may see her ere they conclude.
Stay your hand, Vera. This one may pass. Come hither. We would speak with you. One of our ministers informs us that you have been espied in the city, resolving the people's troubles. You have our gratitude for your efforts, which have doubtless bettered the fate of this nation and its citizenry. Your journey continues, does it not? We wish you good fortune on your travels, wheresoe'er they may take you.
Pray excuse the interruption, Your Majesty, but I fear time is upon us. I would see you prepared for the road ahead.
Indeed. Forgive us, but we must take our leave. Farewell.
Batal and the rest town are now safely evacuated. I am certain we can rely upon Sir...
Outstanding.
The so-called Forbidden Magic Research Lab appears to have been constructed rather recently.
Indeed. And the researchers employed there are as tight-lipped as they come.
Do the people not question its existence? I should like to know more about its activities, if 'twere me.
I see our goal has changed. I would not presume to direct our course, but do let me know if you require a guide.
The Arisen decides our path. We have but to follow.
This is no good. Can't let myself get distracted. Peril can result from the movements and course.
Still a while to go.
We've arrived well enough. Where to next?
Since times of eld, dragon, remember. Draconic blood flows through the veins. What form this world can take henceforth, I can but wonder. Then go. Since times of eld, remember. Draconic blood flows through the veins of lesser drakes as well. Bring me what ye reap. I shall harness it.
Then I bid ye farewell.
I do so enjoy stocking up on supplies.
The longer the journey, the more supplies we'll require.
Right you are.
Some of us get complacent. I train every day. I've got to focus. My shift's only just begun.
Master.
You have my fullest confidence. There is aught I would ask of you. You have my gratitude.
I expect this would fetch a fair sum at market.
A fitting reward for a rigorous search.
Was most effective.
These fiends are only truly defeated when their skulls are smashed beyond repair.
That was hard won.
What fails to destroy us only enhances our chances of this future adversity. Fell from the beast as it breathed its last.
achieved remarkable synchronicity.
Once more! I cannot fathom it. The seed that ought to be here is gone.
Tell us, 'twas swallowed up by the sky. It beggars belief. Thank you. 'Tis a great kindness you've shown me.
This seems a decent spot for a campsite.
Surely a rest can wait till after we've examined our surroundings.
Sunset draws near.
We shall have to rely on our other senses, as the darkness robs us of our sight.
I would fain aid you.
Wish 'twere always night.
There are one or two places of interest nearby. I could tell you more about them if you like, Master.
My Pray, take this with my sincerest gratitude.
Well met, sir. He is hoping for a decent haul.
For bread and board, you'll find none better. Do stop by again. Can I interest you in a room, sir? Do stop by again.
Welcome to
browse my wares.
We seem to have arrived without issue. But are we safe here?
I fear for the Arbor, yet 'twould seem there is far more at stake here. The very world is under threat.
The sky glows red with... Do you know anything of this calamity? Anything that might help to prevent it? Have you any new tidings?
I fear for the Arbor, yet 'twould seem there is far more at stake here. The very world is under threat.
A fine place to harvest some ingredients.
Why bother carrying a lantern, if not to use it when light is needed?
Elelote anfir ananduin, osto silfa malantha alekano min sinde fir arenka. Elelot osto silfa malantha alekano mine infer avehum. Sinde fir arenka.
Halan ostolintan.
Nun lia tilmo. Ronde Minotaur.
No purchases to be made today, I see. I just...
Akael fil Calawin nun arume fa in Iterond et... Tele Eldalia Finantai.
I fear for the Arbor.
Elalia, luintarma lintan. Elalia, luin...
I fear for the Arbor, yet 'twould seem there is far more at stake.
The sky glows red with fury. Have you any...
Fir al-Khaliel.
Kemen Ross.
Coolion fair lassetir.
Kiriando an mindor hiroth?
Kirando ne halana.
Alecano Nandi. Salma Arenfa. This Alecano Nandiri.
I fear for the Arbor, yet would seem there is far more at stake.
Elelote an osto silfa malantha alecano mine in fair avehum. Sinde fir arenka.
Our strategy for safe... guarding the Arisen.
Elelote an osto silfa malantha alecano mine in fair avehum. Sinde fir arenka.
A chest. I'll examine its contents, shall I?
There's much needs doing.
Have you nothing better to do?
Burn myself again.
With Brocker's teachings under my belt, so ask away. My hammer is at your disposal, sir, so if you need anything forged, just say the word. Pleasure doing business with you. Don't suppose there's any chance we can just stay put and hope for the best? There's no two ways about it. The world's in shambles.
Port crystal is set, but we'll have need of a ferry stone should we seek to make use of it.
So keen to talk with me. You are a strange one. Listen, I could use your help with something. Thanks, cuz.
Well met, sir.
I must be grateful
I'm
to
tired of breaking my back to someone else.
Well met.
If I forget anything, I'm in for a chiding.
Let's take it easy today.
Pray, follow me.
I felt certain I would find you here, Arisen. And it seems I was right.
What has become of the world? Would that there was someone who could explain this madness.
The sky glows red with fury. But what have we done? Like the sun in Halana, the sky glows red with fury. What have we done to earn its iron?
Salma Arenfer. Alekano Nandiri.
I fear for the Arbor. Yet it would seem there is far more at stake here. The very world is under threat.
Sono Oye o Luntarma.
The red clouds portend naught but ill omens.
They are the cause of all of this misfortune.
Elelote and fear. Osto silfa malantha alekano mine in fair av. Hum? Angudu telpe.
I'd wager there's ought to be found here.
We ought to take a closer look.
fanne.
Onaro an indilren fanamo herenon.
I fear for the Arbor. It would seem there is far more at stake here. The very world is under threat.
Kirandone halana. Alekano nande.
Osto fana one. Elelote anfir. Osto silfa malantha alecano mine.
A good sleep will ensure we are prepared for the... I return safe and sound, and I dare say, wiser for my travels.
A good sleep does wonders.
Come, we've much to be getting on with.
Feeling rested, I trust?
It would seem there is far more at stake here. The very world is under threat.
My friend, how glad I am to see you yet live. When word reached me of your uncanny disappearance, I admit I feared the worst. What has become of this world? Our people fear for the future. We cannot be sure we will be safe here, yet this place is all we know, all we have. You think we need to evacuate? I see. And you know of a place where we might find refuge? I should gladly follow you, but I fear my father will not be so easily persuaded. Nonetheless, we can but try. Come.
As arborist, Sir Taliesin is the leader of the Elven people. Let us follow our guide that we might speak with him.
Indeed, you are correct.
Findernar, ne veo norwende lis kemen, moriven lis irumar meltol netara.
Kasinke telpe nun finaler, nun mor arta her. Karilm ilmen arkael, silfa nambawe nun kalael alame, angadur sindi.
Mornambwe roth enfane avasilmines fana. Erurne kemen malantar ingadur, fielis lintan morivin nun we ingerina?
Kemenindor kanyan irils aldekar. Eteler lea fermor eldalia eralotte. Ondovana alvekil eteler ne anler ailame.
I am afraid my father has closed his heart so tightly that even my words cannot reach him. If only the Arbor heart were restored to health, perhaps he might be persuaded.
Leretindome itaron. Valis harenon, halana fe imine.
Salma Arenfell, Alecano Nanderin.
I cannot stand to think that the world might be I thank you. Do you know anything of this? I have a moment to speak. Do you know anything?
Salma Arenfell, Alekando Nandewin.
Kemen Ross, Akasar, Arenfell.
And the wind fair no Indiran and Newman. And the wind fair no
Lungtena peli telume, ondovana alvekil eteler ne anler ailame. Lungtena peli telume.
I am afraid my father has closed his heart so tight. If only the Arbor heart were restored to health.
My tane filmando.
Has no one else noticed her decline?
I am afraid my father... If only the Arbor heart were restored to health.
I cannot stand to think.
Lungtena peli telu.
Fancy meeting you here.
Herminra. Heru Arneta.
Kemen Ross, Akasar.
Palan Interat.
This Winenuman follows near.
The Arbor Heart's voice grows ever fainter.
Kirandone Halana. Alekano Nande.
I am afraid my father has closed... If only the Arbor heart were restored to health. Perhaps...
Kemen Ross, Akasar, Arenfell.
The Arbor Heart's
I cannot stand to think that the world might be lost.
Ja, fair more fin in Palma. After Pera in Minnesvana.
Isola Banu.
Onde Kasinke Fanil.
Is this place bereft?
Elelote Anfir, Osto Silfa Malantha Alekano Mine in fair. Vehum? Sinde fir arenka. We herua, urtu ael.
Nun ve oyonda ata.
Kerale Ilia Menelera.
Ayu, Fanamo Nemetani. Kemen Ros, Akasar. Arinfel.
Sono oyo luntarma.
The Arbor Heart's voice grows ever fainter.
I tane filmelto.
The sky glows red with fury. But what have we done to earn its ire? What have you come for today? Do you know anything of this? What am I to do? Do you know anything of this? Incredible! Do you know anything of...
The clouds encroach ever closer. It seems naught can be done to halt them now.
Is there nothing else to be done? We've made it then. What's our first order of business, Arisen?
better mind than mine to solve this.
Come on, have a look.
Thanks, guys. Take this. With my...
The Arisen comes. Is this meeting also by the... Then I bid ye farewell.
Need anything? Many thanks.
Our packs are heavier, and our purses far lighter.
An investment made for safer travels can hardly be called extravagant.
Have you nothing?
With Brocker's teachings under my... So ask away! My hammer is at your disposal. Seems we'll be safe here. What a relief. Pleasure doing business with you. How goes the adventuring?
Stand firm or they'll have... Well met, son. How was it be of service?
Might as well take a look while you're here, eh? Better mind than mine to solve this. I'll take any chance not to think on my troubles.
Well met. Pleasure doing business with you.
Wonder if there's any easy work to be had.
Need anything?
The Arisen comes. Is this meeting also by the... Then I bid ye farewell.
I'm a master of craft, I am.
The greatest teachings under my belt, so ask away. My hammer is at your disposal, sir. Seems you'll be safe here. What a pleasure doing business with you.
Forgotten something or is it? Now, what might that be? Let us ponder on how best to proceed. I suppose we might as well gather what we can.
Isilrod Manun Galayan Dom.
Ja, fler målfilmen Dogma. Filmen Svana.
I have no issue falling asleep, even... Should we hunt a few monsters to start the day off?
Come. We might get getting on with.
Ready to forge on?
I cannot stand to think that the world might be lost. This must not come to pass.
fish very cool. Told, I'm rather satisfied with my performance. I cannot stand thinking that the
I'm afraid my father has closed his heart. Only the Arbor heart will restore to health.
Bienvenido a Canyan y Irias acá.
I cannot stand thinking that the world might be not. I thank you. I cannot stand.
That went as well as we might have hoped. Let us cast our eyes about and analyze the situation.
Where are you off to next? Something exciting.
There was a prize on.
With Brocker's teachings under my so ask away. My hammer is a pleasure doing business with you.
The sky glows red with
That's a sight. I wasn't expecting this. Thought my clubmate makes me see things at first.
This might be worth a read.
Let's have a look then.
You look on this so expectantly. Are we acquainted?
soldier, are you? I'm not regular camping. You'll awake beneath that blanket of ash. We must rest. The sun is still. Good morrow, everyone.
Hello! A ballista?
This could grant us an edge in battle if we use it well. It is no small wonder that our hearts have ceased operation, given the state of things.
Will the day ever come when I might deploy one again? Materials, eh? I shan't deny. They have their uses.
Why are you doing this, Arisen?
went as well as we might have hoped. Let us cast our eyes about and analyze the situation.
The sky glows red with fury.
Materials, eh? I shan't deny. They have their uses.
There are more who can yet be saved.
We ought to choose our next destination based on the movements of the clouds. Hold fast, Arisen! I will be with you in just a moment!
Are you? Go. No, no.
I am honored to be on your side, Arisen.
Nintanfa, Adare.
No!
Ayu, Fanamo Nemetane.
There's something strange about the way time passes here.
'Twould seem this is no longer the world we know.
Is there no way to return things to how they were before?
That's quite enough.
Ayu, Fanamo
Kemenindo kanyan irils.
I will not let you.
Elelote osto silfa malantha alecano mine in fair avehum. Angutu Telpe.
The warfarer is a masterful vocation. Befit. Of the Arisen.
We shall have to get a feel for the breadth of your abilities in true combat.
Elerote and Osto Silfa Malantha Alecano Mine in Fair Avehum. Sinte fir arenka.
I'd wager there's ought to be found here.
We ought to take a closer look. As a matter of fact, the pride of the males is evident in their conduct as much as their native bearing. One can see why they are content to maintain distance from the other races.
Nun firnen wen rispalan iteron.
Fa al carwa sil non via
Is el road from?
Halan Osto. No, this is wrong.
We need not words to show our intentions. The elves may come to trust us, to prove ourselves indeed.
The elves are a people worth befriending, if we can but find a way to soften their hearts.
Fear and zeal. Faturato.
An ill fan o henna.
I will finish this here and now.
Tornis, non bawel mi findamu.
This way el mean wind. Moridin.
Kemeninder kanyan irils aldekar.
During my time with Lord Phasus, I found myself in a strange state of being. Though my mind was perpetually unclear, I always felt your presence, Master. Full glad am I that we have been reunited.
We've made it then. What's our first order of business, Arisen?
This might be worth a read.
Shall we take a closer look?
Best quality a soldier can have. So I'm dead on my feet after today's training.
Can't wait for the new equipment to come in.
Let me get that.
You find it strange, but this is your alas. Yet that what you stand, innumerable will you alone, what you see behold. As it has failed to be chosen, as 'twill ne'er be read, this world will soon cease to exist. In the blink of an eye, the sickle of oblivion will reap aught that you have known. I would advise you, perhaps, and know the wretched. How shall you fare, I wonder?
How will Sir Hugo fare out in the world on his lonesome? It pains me that we could not aid him in finding a better path. A cheerless out... come for all involved. Over here, if you please. There! Such fiends quail before holy light. Fell from the beast as it breathed its last. Dare I say it? We trounced our foe, well and true. We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes. I'll go and open the chest. What has become of the world? Would that there was someone who could explain this madness. Come to think of it, did not Serapheus speak of releasing the world from its bonds in the Seafloor Shrine? If this is indeed the world unbound, then perhaps we ought to seek out his wisdom. Follow me, if you would.
No longer I am he, despite my past, the being partners to the purpose. Yet I despise. Do you understand? Alas, indeed. I was dumb. Yet, how else to explore Fulton Hand?
I see you have returned, Arisen One. The Mad Sovereign has called, and so we answer. If you would save the people of this world from ruin, lead them here, for this place may chant.
I imagine the people of this world will welcome the tidings that there...
We too once bore the mantle of Arisen, though as we walked our respective paths, one in despair of the... and one for fear of what... Yet, you bear it still. Hold fast to your strength of will.
Your pawn is nowhere to be seen, Master.
Since times of eld, remember, draconic blood flows through the... veins of lesser drakes as well. Bring me what ye reap. And I shall harness it to your benefit. Then I bid ye farewell.
We seem to have arrived without issue. You? But are we safe here?
Interested in my wares? I'm sure I can handle it.
I do not understand. What has befallen our world? It seems the world is to be brought to an end. We cannot allow this to come to pass.
Never should have taken this shift.
Can't resist. Very dangerous scratch. Fancy meeting you here. I'll take it.
Go. Hoy! Look, no need to overthink it. You can change it on a whim. You've naught to look. And you must. Might even make a new discovery. Many thanks. Hoy! Look, no need to overthink it. You can change it on a whim. You've naught to lose. And you might. Many thanks. Go on.
Most of our guests only do take care to leave the room as you found it. If there's one thing I shan't suffer, 'tis always a pleasure.
How goes the adventuring? Where was it I saw you?
It must be
The so-called forbidden magic research lab appears to have been constructed rather recently. Indeed. And the researchers employed them.
You're the Arisen. I am to inform you that Lord Fate, as to whether you heed him.
There's much needs doing.
Come to think of it, was there not another task we were to see to somewhere nearby? Efficiency is not the only factor worthy of consideration.
Perhaps this theorem will provide some insight.
Your pawn is nowhere to be seen, Master. But where would a pawn possibly go, leaving their own master behind?
Ah, Arisen. You yet live. I suspect one might hypothesize. In any case, we ought to yes. After you, that was perhaps a host of Luz the Aura. As she tells it, is surely only a matter of time before the rest of. Indeed. Then in your absence, tell me, Arisen, So, following your plunge into the sea on the could that have been the world? Yet why would... And speculate I shall. Now, if you can find a way to end this...
Oh, Master. How long I've slept. But worry not. Now...
Would you mind coming over here?
I've little enough gold to spend.
I see our goal has changed. I would not presume to direct our course, but do let me know if you require a guide.
The Arisen decides our path. We have but to follow. As a matter of fact, I did not take to being a mage straight away. It was some time before I managed to wrangle my spells under control. Now I bear the title of sorcerer. If a foe needs magical retribution, pray look to me to dispense it.
You saw the sky fall, I trust. I doubt wherever the sky, or so I had assumed, yet ought he. I must examine that creature.
The direct path through the gap in those rocks is somehow obstructed. We shall have to close to us now, on account of the dragon's descent, no doubt. But we must find a way to reach it.
Confound this obstruction. But I suppose I ought to have expected this. Answers were ne'er so easily won. Summoned by that beast, no doubt.
You will suffer. Not bloody like me.
How's about I put you out of your...
You're
going to regret that.
A flawless execution.
Let us aim for greater precision with our next attempt.
Principles are prolific, dust.
Couldn't have done better myself. What was in the palace tent?
Seems this is the only way forward. Up we... This way. A fine welcome indeed. I can only hope that the worst is now behind. Beast fell powers are twice as terrible in the flesh.
Few know the real nature of the dragon.
Well done.
Only truly impartial observers can perceive it.
Many thanks for healing me, Arisen.
There it is. The dragon at the heart of all this destruction.
Mayhap we could bring the people to the seafloor shrine. I expect it would grant us a bit more time.
But will the people do as we suggest? The crux of the problem is how best to convince them. Oh, what does this say?
Shall we take a closer look?
I felt certain I would find you here, Arisen. And it seems I was right. I suppose we might as well gather what we can. Ah, a ballista. These have quite a long range.
It is not how we use this, but when that counts. Pray, light your lantern, Master. I would have preferred not to have to fight so soon, but at least I know I am up to the challenge.
We must not let down our guard.
I will protect you. Douse the flames before it is too late. You truly are formidable, Arisen. attack looks devastating. We ought to keep our distance whenever it is unleashed.
I'm well aware of it.
Focus your attacks. Strike fast and true, and our quarry shall fall. Forgive me for being a burden arisen. Cannot let the fallen remain so.
Understood.
Repelled by some miracle. Now this region shall be safe. At least for the time being. We've made it then. What's our first order of business, Arisen?
should I get up to today?
Oh, that's better. Many thanks.
Wonder if there's any easy work to be had.
Have we purchased all that we require? We ought to review the contents of our packs, just to be sure. The month I spent with Lord Phasus was a clear experience indeed. Though my mind was perpetually...
Servants are upon us! Master. Try to keep it occupied. I shan't squander this opportunity.
First and foremost, we'll want to knock it off balance. A much easier target when lying prone.
This battle will demand all our strength. We must stand together if we are to seize victory.
Continue our onslaught, and the behemoth will soon topple.
Strike fast and true, and our quarry shall fall. Use me as your foothold to soar to greater heights. Overpowering our foes all the simpler.
Reminds me. Oft do we call on you to carry the burdens we cannot. I must thank you. Your toil keeps me light on my feet. reached our foe.
Might we not use their range to our advantage? Very well. I shall return. Here we go again.
We fight. To arms. Defeat when their skulls smash beyond repair.
Aught felt from the beast as it breathed its last.
That you might cast the spell more quickly.
Hold of our allies. Fret not. We can banish the fiend's influence with holy attacks.
Our foe is repelled by some miracle. Now this region shall be safe, at least for the time being.
This is my first time clapping eyes on such a light. I expect my own master has yet to. Climb on and I'll send you soaring. We must find a way to cope some of the spirits, lest we be faced with an unending horror.
The next grant its servants their deserved rest.
Rally! Reinforcements have come to aid our foe. Most impressive, Master.
Focus your attacks.
Strike fast and true.
strength was beginning to flag.
That was superb.
That's a rare find. Fortune smiles upon us this day.
We must take proper care of it.
'Tis not what I expected.
Another encounter? I feel like this. We're already hot pressed our previous engagement.
No! The prison has been poisoned!
Tis no small wonder that Oxguards have ceased operation, given the state of things.
Will the day ever come when we might employ one again?
Not even Burnworth is safe from the pool of destruction. Now we face a foe no less ruthless than the dragon.
I shall not rest till it has tasted every ounce of my inhabitants.
foothold to soar to greater heights. Look out, Arisen! We're under attack!
It matters not. We shall rise to face this calamity with or without their support.
I'm saved. Thank you, Arisen. creature is gone. Let us revel in the knowledge that this region has escaped. It's... destruction.
I fear for the arbor. Yet there is far more at stake here. The very word.
Elelote osto silfa malantha alecano mine in fair avehum. Sinde fir arek.
Our enemies shall tremble before your magic's master. Then I shall remain by your side.
Dragon was no ordinary beast.
We must face it, however fearsome it may be.
Leave an opening. Focus your attacks. That you might pass the spell more quickly. our advantage in this battle.
We have no means of exploiting our enemy's weakness. The elves of the Arbor have long treasured these woods. It would sadden them to see it defiled by this creature.
Fear not. I shall aid you directly.
We have found a material.
I'm sure we'll find a purpose for it in due time.
Carilm, kemen rostindume non meltol. Morvea curuir. You're no elf. Halan lome meltol. I am called Darren. My brother taught me to speak your tongue. So different from our own. Do you understand me? I learned the words, but this is the first I use them. Others of your kind have come here, but my people warn them away. Oh, but I cannot stay. I must, see to the Arbor Heart.
Nun ve oyunda atar.
Of late, the Arbor Heart is,
We need not words to show our intentions. The elves may come to trust us if we prove ourselves indeed.
My duty is to care for this, our sacred tree. The Arbor Heart, she is called. She has been with us a very long time. She is nature's very heart, and a pillar of strength for my people. We have always lived in harmony with nature, and the Arbor Heart is our connection to the land. Yet, day by day, her strength is failing. I must give her nourishment of the soil to help her recover. A special kind, called Gwifencha in my language. Once, a dwarf wandered into the arbor and gifted some to us. It filled the Arbor Heart with life. Now, little remains. Too little for the Arbor Heart to recover her strength in full. Do you know of this substance? It must, if you find any.
heading out?
Over here, if you please.
With Brocker's teachings under... So ask away! My hammer is at your disposal. Pleasure doing business with you.
I know when I'm...
Pray, follow me. I know the way, so there's no chance of our getting lost.
A customer then. That changes things.
I'm dead on my feet.
Got to sell off what I can while I'm in town.
This looks as if it will take us someplace further afield. How we use it is at our discretion. This seems useful. It would be a shame not to employ it to our advantage.
Arisen? I should have expected you may yet linger here.
Should you need to communicate in Elvish, pray call upon me. I would...
"'Tis a pity we must part after sharing...
Let us work together to honor the...
A troubling rumor has reached my ears, and methinks I ought to share it. Tis said there is an illness spores can contract beyond the rift that inflicts unspeakable harm on those around them. As it progresses, the pawn gradually loses all self-control, and in time will...
I felt certain I would find you here, Arisen, and it seems I was right. We need not scour for our quarry. As it so happens, I know precisely where we ought to look.
I'd fain lead the way, if you would be so kind as to follow me.
A guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our way.
Would you mind coming over here?
Must needs have employees. Barely drag my ass out of bed. This is where my luck runs out.
Stomach's complaining. We'll have an early supper.
Strike! Now!
The fire must be put out ere our comrade burns.
Through and through.
Quickly now, before the incantation concludes.
Mind the fluid it sprays. Could do more than sting. Be wary. Look at this. All together now. We attack as one.
Strike fast and true, and our quarry shall fall.
Very well. I must. I'll have you know. Fire's fury shan't be an aid against history.
Let's save our fire majesty.
Tis a simple-minded creature by all appearances. We could easily redirect its focus with our attacks.
Understood. That dragon is hideous to behold.
Rather unsightly or formidable.
It is heartening to think that the peril has passed by our efforts, if only for a time.
Go. Have a look.
Them nobles do nothing. What should I get up to? Go on, have a look. I might nod off.
Look around if you must, but be sure to buy aught.
Might you consider lightening your pack, Master?
Perhaps 'tis time we returned to our base of operations and deposited some of our finds.
With Brocker's teachings on, so ask away. My hammer is at your disposal. Relocating a forge is no laughing matter. Relocating a forge is no laughing pleasure doing business with you. Where are you off to next?
Stand firm, or the...
I found some decent materials yesterday.
I'm in no hurry to leave.
What is?
Interested in my wares?
You'll pass me by, just like.
Hoy! Look, no need to overthink it. You can change it on a whim. You've naught to look leisure doing business.
The warfare was the ultimate vocation for proof. Your glory.
Hoy! Look, no need to overthink it. You can change it on a whim. You've naught to lose, and you might. Many thanks.
Go on. Have a look. Well met, sir. How might I be of service?
You've pushed your luck. I'll not take that from you.
Pray calm yourself.
Salmonella, you...
No, you don't We shan't weather this collapse.
And here we are, in the blink of an eye. Shall we take stock of our surroundings?
I fear for the Arbor, yet 'twould seem there is far more at stake here. The very world is under threat.
The sky glows red. The Arbor Heart needs a special kind of... It must be found outside the...
You can always depend upon me to translate for you, Master. Gwyfventure is the Elvish word for scale cinder.
In your tongue, it is called scale cinder? Where can it be found, I wonder?
Now, scale cinder is a byproduct of the Batali smithing style. A Batali blacksmith ought to be able to tell us more.
If you see him on your journey, will you let me know?
As a matter of fact,
I fear for the Arbor, yet It would seem there is far more at stake here.
Elelote an osto silfa malantha alecano mine in fair avehum. Sinde fil arenka. Sur fairness.
Now, what might that be?
We ought to take a closer look.
My body's not forgiven me for last night's scuffle.
Ah, that's what I...
We have arrived.
Wow, wow. Look who 'tis. What brings you to the smithy? Looking for scale cinder, are we? Well, you're in a luck. Our forge is flit. Oh, 'tis at an elf's behest, you say? I'm afraid that changes things a wee bit. Elves and dwarves don't get along, see? Brocker won't want to help you. Unless you were to offer him aught he couldn't resist. Listen, I happen to know there's one bit of elven culture no dwarf can turn their nose up at. All elven fare's bland as grass. All of it. That is, save this singularly flavoursome dish, nutriab. Of course, no dwarf would openly admit to having a taste for it. But the fact of the matter is, the mere smell of that dish has dwarves foaming at the maw. Don't believe me? Bring a bowl of it to Brocker. You'll soon see.
So, the blacksmith ought grant us some Guifenture in exchange for Nutriarb. Shall we inform Miss Derrin of this, Master? I take it you've some business with this person. Then pray, follow me.
We're in your hands, sir. Much obliged.
Since times of eld, remember, draconic blood flows through the... veins of lesser drake. As well. Bring me what ye reap, and I shall harness it to your benefit. This world is far removed from the one I know. Ye need not seek the dragon. I make still. I suppose, after all. So it stands to read. A mockery of one, perhaps. But then go. Since times of eld, remember. Draconic blood flow. Then I bid ye farewell.
I do so in... enjoy stocking up on supplies.
I thank you. 'Tis a great kindness you've shown me.
Have you found Gwefencha? A dwarven blacksmith has some? Truly? But elves and dwarves do not see, eye to eye. I fear the smith will not heed my plea. You believe he will if I prepare an nutriarb? Dwarves have a like. Are you certain? It is a pungent stew of old fish and apples, boiled till it forms a thick paste. But I shall prepare it. If it would you be willing to gather, you won't have to go far to find them. I thank you. Bring them to me, and I will
Rotten fish and apples. My stomach lurches at the very thought. But I suppose we ought to procure them all the same.
Right you are.
Elelote osto silfa malantha alecano mine infer. Avehum? Angudu telpe.
The apples and fish we gathered have gone rotten, Master, judging by the smell. Shall we see them to Miss Darren? Methinks I know where to find the person you're looking for.
A guide is most welcome. Now we shan't lose our...
Vindamund. Ronde Minotaur.
I fear for the arbor. Yet would seem those...
The sky glows red with... Do you have the ingredients? This is all I need. I will prepare the dish now. It shan't take long. My people dwell in the mountains, so we are rarely able to dine on fish from the sea. This dish was first made by an elf with a craving for fish, when no fresh fish was to hand. These fish already stink of the sea. Left to rot, they turn even more pungent. Nutriarb is oft served at celebratory events, but I have never seen anyone eat it. Everyone turns their noses from the smell. I must endure. It is almost finished, thankfully. The stink is more than I can bear. It is ready, but it is so vile. I cannot understand how anyone could stomach it, let alone enjoy it. I fear the dwarven blacksmith will be angry if I present him with this. But I will trust in you. Come, let us away to Batal. I thank you. Here, my brother gave this to me. Might we not use it now? The sooner we arrive, the better.
We'll never reach our destination if you continue in that direction, Master. But I suppose I can guide us there later.
There will be other opportunities to lead. For now, let us follow.
You're back! And who's that you've got with you? An elf? I ne'er met one afore. Not quite what I imagined, if I'm honest. Well met. The name's Sarah. I'm an apprentice here at the smithy.
Well met.
She's the one who's after the scale cinder, I expect. Have you brought some of that elven delicacy along with you then, like I suggested?
Yes, I have the Nutriarb with me.
Marvellous. I thought I smelt it on you. Mark me, you put that in front of Brocker, and he'll fain hear out your request. Right, follow me. I've just cleaned out the forge, see, so we'll need to make for the cavern where we dump all the excess scale cinder. Come on, you two. The cavern's this way.
Shall we follow Sir Sara, Master? With any luck, we'll have pockets full of scale cinder before the day is done.
Understood.
Look around if you must, but be sure to buy all.
I'm in fine fettle today.
What?
I believe this is intended as a means of transport. It would be interesting to see where it might take us.
I dare say there'd be no harm in using this.
No one's coming to assail us. Mayhap we've scared them all off?
A brief respite is naught to decry.
Right, here we are. Oi, Brocker, you in here?
What's all this racket? I thought I told you that... You imbecile! You brought an elf here, of all things! Get her out of here, now!
Hold a moment, Brocker. She's brought something for you. Don't you want to see what is?
A gift. For you.
Ah! What makes you think I'd be able to stomach your elven cooking? I'm gonna go dispose of this, and I expect the elf to be gone when I return.
What am I to do now?
What you came here for, of course. This is your chance.
Truly? But...
You'll have to be quick, mind. Brocker makes short work of his meals. While you're at it, you might have yourselves a little competition, eh? See who can collect more of the stuff. Anyway, good luck. I'll be outside keeping watch. Best start searching. Brocker might be back any moment.
Excellent. Just what I was hoping. There are useful ingredients to be gathered here, Officer. This is what we went to all that trouble for. Must we come here again? Our capabilities have progressed beyond the challenges of this location, I should think.
'Tis no small wonder that ox carts have ceased operation, given the state of things.
Will the day ever come when we might employ one again?
We'd best leave it at that. Wouldn't want Bracker to espy you in here. Come on.
My heart is racing. I thought the dwarf would catch us. How much scale cinder did you get? You've got so much. With this, the Arbor Heart will undoubtedly recover. For now, I must return and tend to the Arbor Heart. I hope you will come visit us again. I should like you to see the Arbor, and I must thank you as well, Sarah. You and the blacksmith brought—
Not at all. 'Twas my pleasure. I'm sure Bracker'd say the same if he weren't so stubborn.
Now the Arbor Heart is sure to... recover, and seeing Miss Darren's cheerful mien made all our labors worthwhile.
One could not have hoped for a gladder outcome.
This might be worth a read.
Let's have a look then.
Welcome and well met. As a discerning customer like yourself will doubtless appreciate, we offer excellent service. At a fair price. Always a pleasure. Well met, sir. How might I be of service?
What's all this ruckus?
It's been a hard day.
Well met, sir. How might I be of service? Welcome, and as a discerning customer like yourself will doubtless appreciate.
Shall we get some rest then? To this world I return, ready to put all I've learned to... Good morrow, everyone.
Come, we've much to be getting on with.
Hope you slept well. The flow of time is not as it should be.
'Twould seem this is no longer the world we know.
Is there no way to return things to how they were before?
You earned my spite.
What was that?
Minecraft.